Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The last dragon vanished from the skies of Eldoria on the night of the blood moon, when stars fell like tears and the mountains themselves seemed to tremble in sorrow. In the shadowed halls of the five kingdoms, once united under draconic protection, ancient oaths crumbled like parchment left too long in the sun. War whispers traveled on winds that once carried the mighty wing beats of the great worms, as princes and kings turned covetous eyes toward the now unguarded throne of Scales, a magnificent seat forged from the freely given bones of elder dragons, imbued with the power to command storm and flame. Gandalf the Grey had felt the disturbance in the world's magic from hundreds of leagues away. The disappearance of dragonkind was no natural occurrence, but a ripple in the very fabric of creation, one that tugged at memories far older than any mortal kingdom. Memories of a time when he had walked among the great fire drakes as a friend, when he had helped forge the sacred pact between dragonkind and the fledgling human realms. "Something is terribly wrong," he murmured to himself, staff in hand, as he crested the final ridge overlooking Emberhold, the valley settlement that had once thrived in the shadow of dragon wings. The town still bustled with activity, though now the great forges that had once blazed with dragonfire burned with mere coal and timber. The mountain caves where dragons had nested lay dark and abandoned above. Pulling his grey cloak tighter against the chill wind, Gandalf descended into the valley, his keen eyes noting how the people moved with a new wariness, how guards in unfamiliar livery patrolled streets that had never before needed protection. The dragon's absence had left more than an empty sky. It had left a void into which power and fear now rushed. The Iron Hammer Tavern still stood at the center of town, its weathered sign depicting a blacksmith's tool striking a glowing scale. Inside, the low-ceilinged room hummed with tense conversation, falling to suspicious silence as Gandalf ducked through the doorway. "Been a while since we've seen a wizard in these parts," the innkeeper said, placing a mug of spiced mead before Gandalf without being asked. "Not since the dragons flew away. They did not simply fly away," Gandalf replied, his voice low but carrying across the suddenly attentive room. "Dragons do not abandon their ancient homes without cause." A bitter laugh erupted from a corner table. "Tell that to the royal armies carving up our lands. 5 kings, all claiming the throne of Scales is theirs by right, now that the lizards aren't here to enforce their precious harmony." Gandalf turned to see a young man hunched over his drink, half his face obscured by a fall of dark hair, the other half bearing a lattice of burn scars that crawled from jaw to temple. Despite his youth, his eyes held the weight of someone who had seen far too much. "Udui, and what claim would you make on the throne, young man?" Gandalf asked, moving to sit across from him. The scarred man flinched as if struck. "None," he growled. "The throne brings nothing but trouble. My father spent his life forging weapons from dragon-blessed metal for kings who swore to uphold the pact. Now those same weapons are turned against us, and my father lies dead for refusing to forge more." Something about the young man's intensity caught Gandalf's attention, a resonance in his words that seemed to make the very air vibrate. "What is your name, son of the Forge?" Kyle, he answered reluctantly, though names mean little these days. On the contrary, Gandalf leaned forward, names have power. Particularly true names. Before Kale could respond, the tavern door burst open. 5 soldiers in the crimson and gold livery of Sundermark, the Eastern Kingdom, strode in, their captain's gaze sweeping the room before settling on Kale. "There's the drake-touched smith," the captain declared. "King Ravius demands your service, boy. You'll forge dragonbone weapons for his army, as your father should have." Kale's scarred face contorted with fury. "My father died rather than desecrate dragon remains. I'll do the same." The captain sneered. "The dragons abandoned us. Their bones are just material now, and you have the gift to work them." "I think not." Gandalf rose, his previously stooped frame straightening until he seemed to fill the tavern with his presence. "This young man is under my protection." What followed was brief, but spectacular. The soldiers drew steel. Gandalf's staff flashed with blinding light. When vision returned to the stunned onlookers, the soldiers lay unconscious on the floor, and the wizard was ushering Kale through the back door. "They'll be back with more," Kyle protested as they hurried through winding alleys. "Indeed they will," Gandalf agreed, "which is why we must be elsewhere." "Tell me, Kyle, have you always been able to hear the whispers of dragon-forged weapons?" Kyle stopped abruptly. "How could you know that?" Gandalf's eyes twinkled beneath bushy brows. "I know many things, including the fact that such an ability is exceedingly rare. The last human who possessed it lived 3,000 years ago, during the First Pact." The young smith's face went ashen beneath his scars. "The weapons speak to me," he admitted. "Not in words, but in feelings, memories. Sometimes I see flashes of the dragon whose essence was used in the forging." "As I suspected," Gandalf nodded. "You have dragon sight. It is why every kingdom hunts you, with your gift. You could find every dragon relic ever created, including the Throne of Scales itself." "I want nothing to do with that throne," Kyle spat. "It's brought nothing but misery since the dragons vanished. And yet," Gandalf said gently, "understanding why they vanished may be the key to restoring peace. Will you help me discover the truth?" Dawn found them climbing a hidden path toward the abandoned Dragonaries. Kyle led the way, his familiarity with the mountain evident in every sure step. Gandalf followed, occasionally pausing to examine curious markings carved into the stone walls, symbols in the ancient draconic script that few humans could read. "My father brought me here as a child," Kale explained as they reached a massive cavern entrance. "Firewing the Wise dwelled here. She allowed father to collect scales she shed for his forge work." "Firewing!" Gandalf's eyes grew distant. "I knew her when she was but a hatchling, 10 centuries ago. A dragon of great wisdom and fiercer loyalty." The cavern interior was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows, its walls glittering with embedded crystals that caught the light of Gandalf's staff. At its center lay an enormous depression lined with charred stone, a dragon's resting place. "It's been empty for nearly a year," Kyle said, running a hand along the edge. "Since the night of the blood moon. And yet," Gandalf moved slowly around the circumference, "there are no signs of struggle, no evidence of flight." He knelt suddenly, fingers brushing over a fine dust that sparkled with an inner fire. "Dragon ash," he murmured, "but not from death." "What then?" Kyle asked. "Transformation," Gandalf replied. "An ancient magic, one I had thought lost to the ages." He rose, expression grave. "The dragons did not leave, Kyle. They changed form." The young smith stared in disbelief. "That's impossible." "For most wizards, yes, but not for dragons themselves. In the earliest days, it was said they could take human form at will." The ability was lost over millennia, or so I believed. Gandalf's brow furrowed in thought. But something forced them to transform, something they feared more than abandoning their true nature. A distant horn blast interrupted his contemplation. Looking out from the cavern entrance, they saw dust clouds rising from the valley floor, soldiers, hundreds of them, converging on Emberhold. The 5 kingdoms marched to war, Gandalf said grimly. Each believing the throne of scales will grant them dominion over the others. We have to stop them, Kyle insisted. We will, Gandalf turned to him, eyes keen. But first, we must find sanctuary to plan our next move. I know of one place where dragon secrets are still kept, the Citadel of Ash. The Citadel of Ash rose from the center of the Charwood Forest, like a monument to forgotten glory. Once a temple dedicated to dragon worship, it had become the headquarters of a militant order dedicated to hunting down the last traces of dragonkind. The Order of Cinderfall believes dragons abandoned humanity out of malice, Gandalf explained, as they observed the fortress from the forest's edge. Their commander, Seraphina, has made it her life's mission to exterminate any remaining draconic influence in the 5 kingdoms. And you think we'll find answers there? Kyle asked incredulously. The Order hoards dragon lore like misers hoard gold, Gandalf replied. Knowledge they twist to serve their hatred, but within their libraries may lie the truth of the dragons, transformation, and perhaps a way to reverse it. How do we get inside? I doubt they welcome visitors. A twinkle returned to Gandalf's eye. As it happens, I once saved Commander Seraphina's life. Long before she turned to dragon hunting, she owes me a debt, one I intend to collect. To Cale's astonishment, they simply walked up to the main gates. The guards' suspicion melted into reluctant respect when Gandalf gave his name. They were escorted through torch-lit corridors adorned with mounted dragon skulls and preserved wings, a macabre gallery that made Kyle's stomach turn. Commander Seraphina awaited them in a circular chamber dominated by a map table. Her silver armor gleamed in the firelight, her close-cropped white hair framing a face as hard and unforgiving as the mountains themselves. Gandalf the Grey, she said coolly. I wondered when you would appear, now that your scaled friends have abandoned us. They did not abandon humanity, Seraphina, Gandalf replied. They were forced to change, to hide among those they once protected. Her eyes narrowed. What nonsense is this? The dragons transformed themselves into human form, Gandalf stated plainly. They walk among us still. Laughter, sharp as breaking glass, erupted from the commander. A convenient tale, and unprovable. Perhaps not, Gandalf nodded toward Kyle. This young man hears the whispers of dragon-forged weapons, a gift not seen since the first pact. Seraphina's amusement vanished. She circled Kyle slowly, her gaze calculating. Is this true, boy? You hear the weapons speak? Kyle nodded reluctantly. Then you are valuable indeed, she murmured. With such a gift, we could locate every dragon artifact in existence, even those rumored to transform dragons back to their true form. A chill ran down Kyle's spine at her words. Gandalf's expression remained impassive, but his grip on his staff tightened imperceptibly. I seek only information from your libraries, the wizard said. Grant us access, and we will trouble you no further. Of course, Seraphina's smile did not reach her eyes. You shall have free access to our knowledge, and in return, your young friend will assist us in a small matter, identifying certain artifacts in our collection. It was a trap, transparently so, but one they could not avoid without refusing outright. With a subtle nod from Gandalf, Cale agreed. The library of the Citadel was vast and ancient, its shelves groaning under the weight of scrolls and tomes collected over centuries. While Gandalf immersed himself in research, Kyle was led to a chamber filled with weapons and artifacts, relics of dragonkind, some so old their original purpose had been forgotten. As he moved among them, the whispers grew to a cacophony in his mind. Images flashed behind his eyes, dragons soaring, breathing fire, speaking in voices like thunder. But beneath these memories lay something else, a pattern, a purpose to the transformation that had overtaken them. Hours later, reunited with Gandalf in a small study room, Kyle shared what he had learned. "The dragons knew something was coming," he whispered. "Something they couldn't fight in their true forms. The weapons hold memories of a prophecy. When the throne drinks the blood of the last dragon, the void will open." Gandalf's eyes widened. "Of course," he breathed. "The throne of scales was never meant to be a seat of power for humans. It was a seal, a lock on a door between worlds." "What door? What worlds?" "There are realms beyond our own, Kyle, dark places, hungry places. The dragons bound themselves to this world as guardians against such threats. If the 5 kings spilled dragon blood on the throne..." Understanding dawned on Kyle's scarred face. "The dragons transform to prevent their blood from being used to break the seal. And they hide among humanity." Gandalf nodded, watching, waiting. "But if Seraphina discovers a way to identify them in human form, she'll slaughter them all," Kyle finished grimly. Their conversation was interrupted by the chamber door swinging open. Seraphina stood framed in the doorway, a dragon bone spear in her hands. "How fascinating," she said, her voice arctic. "I suspected you might sympathize with the beasts, Gandalf, but to suggest they walk among us, that they hide in human skin..." She leveled the spear at them. "Such dangerous ideas." "The dangerous idea," Gandalf rose slowly, "is that dragons abandoned their duty. They remain transformed but vigilant, protecting humanity from threats beyond our comprehension." "Lies!" Seraphina hissed. "They left us vulnerable to the ambitions of power-hungry kings. The 5 kingdoms tear each other apart, while the throne sits empty." "The throne was never meant for human rulers," Gandalf countered. "It is a seal against darkness, not a seat of power." Something flickered in Seraphina's eyes. Doubt, perhaps, or a deeper emotion. "Even if what you say is true, how can we trust creatures that hide their true nature? That have lived among us in disguise." "The same way we have always trusted them." Gandalf stepped forward, his voice gentle despite the spear aimed at his heart. "By remembering the millennia they spent protecting us, asking nothing in return but peace." For a moment, the chamber hung in perfect silence. Then, a change came over Seraphina's face, subtle at first, then unmistakable. The hard lines softened, her eyes shifting from steel grey to a liquid amber that seemed to glow from within. "It has been a long time, old friend," she said, her voice suddenly rich with harmonics no human throat could produce. "Too long since we spoke as equals." Kyle staggered back. "Commander?" Gandalf merely smiled, inclining his head in respect. "Firewing the Wise." "I thought I recognized your essence, though the form was unfamiliar. The woman who had been Seraphina, who was impossibly the dragon Firewing, lowered her spear. We had no choice but to hide. The kings plotted to sacrifice one of our kind upon the throne, believing it would grant them control over the elements. They did not understand they would be breaking the very seal that protects this world." "So you transformed?" Gandalf nodded. "All of you, taking human form to prevent your blood from being spilled upon the throne?" "Yes." Firewing looked to Kale, her amber eyes sorrowful. "I did not know about your father, young Smith. Had I known how the kings would turn on Emberhold after our transformation..." Kyle stood frozen. unable to reconcile the dragon-hunting commander with the dragon she had pretended to hunt. All this time, he managed. And the Order of Cinderfall, a sanctuary for transformed dragons, Gandalf realized, chuckling softly, hidden in plain sight. Brilliant, Firewing, absolutely brilliant. Not all who wear our armor know the truth, she cautioned. Only the inner circle, those dragons closest to me in the old days. We maintain the deception while searching for a way to safely retake our true forms. Kyle's mind raced with implications. The weapon whispers. They've been trying to tell me this all along, and my scars. He touched his burned face with trembling fingers. Dragonfire touched you as a child, Firewing confirmed. Not to harm, but to mark. You carry dragon essence within you, Kyle. It is why you hear the whispers, why the weapons speak to you. Gandalf's eyes sparkled with sudden understanding. Not merely dragon essence, he said quietly. The pattern of your scars. I've seen it before. On the wing membranes of a particular dragon, the markings are identical. Firewing nodded solemnly. Stormclaw was mortally wounded protecting Emberhold from mountain trolls 20 years ago. Rather than die, he chose to pass his essence into a newborn human child. Me, Kyle whispered. You carry his spirit, his memory, his power. Firewing confirmed. You are both human and dragon, Kyle. Perhaps the only one who can unite both worlds again. Outside the citadel walls, war horns sounded. The armies of the 5 kingdoms converging, each seeking dominance through the power of the throne. Gandalf placed a hand on Kyle's shoulder. The choice before us is clear. We must reach the throne before the kings do and reveal the truth of its purpose. The dragons must reclaim their role as guardians, whether in human form or their true shape. Kyle looked between them, the weight of 2 natures settling on his shoulders. In his mind, the whispers of dragon-forged weapons had quieted, replaced by a deeper voice, one that had always been there, unrecognized until now. The voice of Stormclaw, the dragon whose essence he carried. Then we stand together, he said, new resolve straightening his spine. Human and dragon, as it was always meant to be. Firewing smiled, a flash of her true nature showing through human features. The throne of scales awaits its true guardians. Above the citadel, storm clouds gathered, echoing the thunder of approaching armies. But within its walls, an ancient alliance was reborn, one that might yet save the 5 kingdoms from their own ambition, and from the darkness that waited beyond the sealed door between worlds. Story 2. The stars trembled like silver teardrops caught in the branches of the petrified forest, where ancient trees stood frozen in eternal stillness, their bark and leaves transmuted to gleaming crystal by magics older than memory. At the forest's heart, buried beneath layers of enchantment and time, the Oracle of Crystal had slumbered for 1,000 years, waiting for the celestial alignment that would herald its awakening. Gandalf the Grey stood atop Ravenspire Mountain, his weathered face illuminated by the strange constellations forming in the night sky above. His gnarled fingers tightened around his staff as he observed the triad stars shifting into the prophesied arrangement, the eye of eternity opening once more. So it begins, he murmured, his breath forming mist in the chill air. 1,000 years pass, like the blink of an eye when one has lived as long as I. The wind carried whispers of movement from the kingdoms below, armies mobilizing, treasure hunters preparing, power seekers plotting. All had seen the signs. All knew what they heralded. The oracle would awaken, and to the one who reached it first would be granted a single question, and with it, the power to reshape destiny itself. Gandalf's ancient eyes narrowed. Few remembered now what the oracle truly was, not a benevolent dispenser of wisdom, but a prison, a gilded, crystalline cage for something that should never be free, and he was one of its original jailers. With a sigh that carried the weight of millennia, Gandalf descended the mountain path. The time for watching was over. The time for action had come. The tavern in Shadowkeep reeked of spilled ale and desperation. Gandalf sat in the corner, hood drawn over his distinctive features, watching the man who had once been Sir Thorn of the Royal Vanguard lose himself in yet another tankard. How the mighty had fallen, from the king's most trusted protector to a drunken sellsword haunting border town taverns. Your king's death was not your fault, Gandalf said softly as he took the seat opposite Thorn. The knight's head snapped up, bloodshot eyes widening in recognition. You, he hissed, you were there that day. You warned us about the assassin and I... His voice broke. I didn't listen. And now you punish yourself with poison and pointless battles. Gandalf leaned forward. But what if I told you there was a way to redeem yourself, a quest worthy of the knight you once were? A bitter laugh escaped Thorn's lips. There is no redemption for me, wizard. The oracle awakens, Gandalf said simply. The words hung in the air between them. Around them, the tavern's cacophony seemed to dim, as if the very mention of the oracle had commanded silence. Thorn's face drained of color. That's a children's tale. Is it? Gandalf's eyes glinted. The stars align, the forest stirs, and those who would use its power for conquest already march, including the forces of Empress Ravenna. At the mention of Ravenna, the woman who had orchestrated his king's assassination, Thorn's hand involuntarily moved to the hilt of his sword. Why tell me this? Because I need a knight who knows the value of redemption, Gandalf replied, and because the road to the oracle passes through trials that I cannot face alone. For the first time in years, something other than despair flickered in Thorn's eyes. When do we leave? They found Ilara attempting to steal Gandalf's staff while they slept at a roadside inn. The young woman with eyes like quicksilver had almost succeeded, a feat few could boast, when Gandalf's hand closed around her wrist. Impressive, the wizard said mildly. Most cannot even see my staff for what it truly is, let alone touch it without consequence. The thief struggled, then stilled, meeting his gaze with defiance. It's just a gnarled stick to most eyes, but I see the power running through it like rivers of light. You see through illusions, Gandalf nodded. A rare and valuable gift. Valuable enough for you to let me go, Ilara asked, with a cocky smile that didn't reach her wary eyes. Valuable enough for me to offer you something better than a stolen staff, Gandalf countered. How would you like to see the greatest illusion ever crafted? The Oracle of Crystal awaits, and with your gift, you might perceive what others cannot. Curiosity, the eternal weakness of those blessed and cursed with seeing too much, flickered across her face. And what's in it for me? Besides your life, growled Thorn from the doorway. Gandalf shot him a quelling look before returning his attention to Ilara. No, the forest that houses the oracle is said to contain treasures beyond imagining, artifacts from a time when magic flowed more freely through the world. Ilara's eyes gleamed. When do we leave? The third member of their company awaited them at the edge of the petrified forest. Morvran stood unnaturally still beside a crystal tree, his ageless face as smooth and cold as the stone surrounding him. Ungert, he had been Gandalf's rival, a brilliant archimage whose ambition outstripped his wisdom. Now he was something else, neither fully alive nor dead, his voice sacrificed to a shadow entity in exchange for endless years. When Gandalf approached, Morvran inclined his head in acknowledgement, then traced symbols in the air that shimmered briefly before fading. The stars have aligned, the prison weakens. Yes, Gandalf agreed. And we must reach it before Ravenna's forces. Are you still determined to accompany us? The entity that holds your voice may not appreciate your interference. Morvran's eyes, the color of tarnished silver, flashed with something like amusement. More symbols appeared in the air. What better revenge than to thwart its plans? Besides, old friend, did you think I wouldn't recognize your part in this tale? You were one of the 7 who created the prison. Gandalf's expression remained impassive, but his grip on his staff tightened. Thorn, Ilara, this is Morvran. He cannot speak, but his magic will be invaluable to us. A mute sorcerer, Ilara observed. Interesting company you keep, wizard, says the thief to the disgraced knight, Thorn muttered. Morvran's silent laughter manifested as shimmering motes of light around his shoulders. More symbols formed. The forest will not surrender its secrets easily. Shall we begin? The petrified forest was a labyrinth of crystalline beauty and deathly silence. No birds sang here, no insects chirped. The only sounds were their footfalls and the occasional musical chime when the wind stirred branches of stone. The trees weren't always crystal, Gandalf explained as they traveled deeper into the strange forest. Once, this was a living woodland, home to dryads and forest spirits. The crystallization is a side effect of the magic used to create the prison. What exactly is imprisoned here? Thorn asked, his hand never straying far from his sword hilt. You've been vague about that detail. Before Gandalf could answer, the ground trembled beneath them. From the crystalline soil erupted a massive form, a guardian beast with a body of living crystal, its limbs jointed with molten silver, its eyes burning like trapped stars. An elemental guardian, Gandalf called out, raising his staff as the creature lunged toward them. Thorn, aim for the joints! Ilara, circle behind it! The battle was swift and desperate. Thorn's sword struck sparks against the creature's crystal hide until he found the vulnerable silver joints. Ilara danced around it, drawing its attention while Morvran wove complex spells that temporarily bound its limbs. Gandalf's magic struck at its core, a beam of pure white light from his staff that made the crystal guardian shudder. When it finally collapsed, shattering into 1,000 glittering shards, they stood panting amidst the debris. Oh, but there will be more, Gandalf warned, each more difficult than the last. The trials change with each awakening, tests of courage, wisdom, and strength. You still haven't answered my question, Thorn insisted, wiping crystal dust from his blade. What are we really preventing from escaping? Gandalf's eyes grew distant. The people of this land once worshipped it as a god, Crystallos, the shaper of destinies. But it was no god, merely an ancient entity from beyond the veil of stars, feeding on mortal hopes and dreams, growing stronger with each question answered, each destiny altered. You imprisoned a god? Ilara asked, incredulous. We imprisoned a parasite that posed as a god, Gandalf corrected. 7 wizards, combining their power, created a prison disguised as an oracle. Every 1,000 years, when the stars align, the prison weakens enough that it must feed. One question, one destiny altered, provides enough sustenance to maintain the bonds for another millennium. Morvran's symbols appeared, glowing ominously in the crystal refracted light, but each feeding also allows it to influence its questioner, and if the questioner desires conquest, as Ravenna does, then the entity nudges reality toward chaos and destruction, Gandalf finished grimly, bringing it one step closer to freedom. They faced 3 more guardians as they journeyed deeper into the forest, a riddle-speaking sphinx with wings of shattered mirror, a river of liquid crystal that demanded a sacrifice of memory, and a maze that rearranged itself with each step. Each trial took its toll. Thorn bore a new scar across his cheek. Ilara's confident stride had become a weary trudge. Morvran's spells flickered uncertainly at times, the price of his immortality weighing heavily in this place of ancient magic. And then, as the forest grew so dense with crystal that the light fractured into rainbow pathways around them, they heard the horns. "Ravenna's forces," Gandalf murmured. "They've found another way in." "Impossible," Thorn objected. "We've overcome the trials." "How could they bypass them?" "Because they have help," Gandalf said darkly. "The entity guides them, weakening the barriers." Ahead, the forest opened into a vast clearing dominated by a single structure, a temple of pure crystal, its spires reaching toward the stars like grasping fingers. At its center pulsed a light that seemed to bend and twist reality around it. "The Oracle," Ilara breathed. "It's beautiful. Most deadly things are," Gandalf replied. They were not alone in their appreciation. Across the clearing, emerging from another path, came a procession of armored soldiers. At their head strode a woman in armor of obsidian and gold, her face a mask of cold beauty, her eyes burning with ambition. "Empress Ravenna," Thorn growled, his knuckles white around his sword hilt. "We cannot defeat an army," Ilara whispered. Morvran's symbols appeared, urgent and bright. "We don't need to. We need only reach the Oracle first." "Run!" Gandalf commanded, and they did. The clearing became a battlefield as Ravenna's forces gave chase. Gandalf's magic created barriers of light that slowed their pursuers. Thorn turned to make a stand at a narrow point, his sword a blur of deadly precision. Ilara's knowledge of illusions allowed her to confuse and misdirect. Morvran's silent spells twisted the crystal landscape itself against their enemies, but it was not enough. An arrow found Thorn's shoulder. A soldier tackled Ilara to the ground. Morvran was surrounded, his immortality no defense against being physically restrained. Only Gandalf broke through, stumbling into the temple as Ravenna herself pursued him, her laughter echoing off the crystal walls. "Did you think you could keep this power from me, wizard?" she called. "I will ask the Oracle how to conquer all the realms, and it will answer." "It will lie," Gandalf replied, backing toward the central chamber where the light pulsed strongest. "It will show you victory while leading you to destruction, a risk I'm willing to take." They reached the heart of the temple together, a circular chamber where reality itself seemed thin. At its center hovered a perfect crystal orb, pulsing within a light, suspended in midair. Ravenna lunged for it, but Gandalf was faster. His hand closed around the oracle, and the light within it flared in recognition. "Ask your question, wizard." The oracle spoke directly into their minds, its voice like the chiming of crystal bells. "Shape destiny with your words." Ravenna screamed in rage, drawing her sword. "Release it to me." But Gandalf held firm, his ancient eyes fixed on the oracle. "I ask no question," he said clearly. "I make a statement instead. I recognize you, Crystallos, and I renew your bonds with the knowledge of what you truly are." The light within the oracle flared blindingly bright, then darkened to a smoldering crimson. The voice that emerged was no longer beautiful, but a discordant screech of fury. "You dare!" "Again, grey wanderer, again you bind me." "For another 1,000 years," Gandalf affirmed, "until the stars align once more." The crystal began to crack in his hands, heat searing his flesh, but he did not release it. Around them, the temple trembled. "Your prison weakens with each binding," the entity hissed. "One day you will not be here to renew it. One day I will be free." "But not this day," Gandalf replied. With a final, terrible shriek, the light within the oracle subsided. The crystal healed itself, becoming once more a perfect, innocuous orb. Gandalf placed it gently back in its hovering position at the center of the chamber. Ravenna stood transfixed, her sword hanging limply from her hand. What What was that? That, Gandalf said wearily, was the truth behind the legend. The oracle doesn't grant wishes or predict futures. It feeds on them, twisting them toward its own freedom. To his surprise, Ravenna lowered her sword completely. I heard its voice. I felt its hunger. She shuddered. Is that what would have answered my question about conquest? Yes, and it would have shown you victory while ensuring your ultimate destruction. Outside the temple, the sounds of conflict had ceased. Gandalf led Ravenna back through the crystal corridors to find their companions and her soldiers in an uneasy truce, all of them shaken by the psychic backlash of the oracle's rage. The binding is renewed, Gandalf announced. The oracle sleeps for another 1,000 years. Thorn, his wounded shoulder bandaged, looked up at him with new understanding. You never intended to use its power. Some powers are not meant to be used, Gandalf replied. And only contained, Morvran's symbols formed slowly, wearily, until the next alignment of stars, until the next would-be conqueror, until the prison weakens beyond repair. Yes, Gandalf acknowledged, but that is a problem for another age. For now, the world is safe from Crystallos. As they made their way back through the petrified forest, which seemed somehow less oppressive with the oracle dormant once more, Ilara moved to walk beside Gandalf. Do you knew all along, she said. You created that prison. You've renewed it before. Gandalf nodded slowly. Many times, though fewer remember the truth with each renewal. And when you're gone? Who will know then? The old wizard smiled faintly, looking at his unlikely companions, a fallen knight finding his honor, a thief with the gift of true sight, a voiceless sorcerer seeking redemption, and even an empress whose ambition had been tempered by glimpsing a truth beyond her understanding. Someone will remember, he said with quiet certainty. Someone always does. Above them, the stars shifted imperceptibly, beginning their long, slow dance toward the next alignment, 1,000 years distant. The oracle slumbered in its crystal heart, dreaming of freedom. And Gandalf the Grey walked on, bearing the weight of secrets old as time itself, his staff tapping a steady rhythm on the path that led back to the world of mortal concerns and smaller magics. Some burdens could never be laid down. Some stories never truly ended, but for now, for this moment between the turning of ages, there was peace in the knowledge of a duty fulfilled, a darkness contained, a world granted another 1,000 years of light. Story 3. Starlight spilled across the floating spires of Astraea, catching on crystalline towers that hung suspended in the twilight sky like fragments of a shattered moon. Here, among the gossamer bridges and cloud-veiled courtyards, the weavers of destiny plied their ancient craft, drawing threads of celestial light through looms that hummed with the music of creation itself. Their tapestries, woven from the very essence of stars, did not merely depict the future, they shaped it, their patterns cascading down to influence the countless kingdoms that sprawled across the lands below. It was to this ethereal realm that Gandalf returned after centuries of self-imposed exile. The wind whipped at his grey robes as he stood upon the arrival platform, his weathered hand gripping his staff with quiet strength, his eyes, ancient beyond reckoning, taking in the city that had changed so little and yet so much since he had last walked its luminous streets. The conclave summons, and so I must answer, he murmured to himself, watching the approach of the sentinels, their silver armor catching the perpetual twilight that bathed Astraea. Though I suspect I shall not welcome what they have to share. The sentinels escorted him without a word, their reverent silence acknowledgement enough of the legendary figure in their midst. Few remembered now that Gandalf had once been among the founding members of the Weavers, back when the world was young and the boundaries between the realms were newly formed. Fewer still knew of the blood and sacrifice that had established those boundaries. The grand loomed chamber took Gandalf's breath away, as it always had. Dozens of tapestries hung suspended in mid-air, their threads gleaming with the light of distant constellations. Weavers moved among them like dancers, their hands trailing patterns in the air that materialized as woven destiny. At the center of it all stood Archweaver Eloin, her silver hair cascading down her back like a waterfall of moonlight. "The wandering grey returns to our halls," she announced, her voice carrying across the chamber without effort. "Welcome, Mithrandir. We have great need of your wisdom." Gandalf bowed his head slightly. "Become as requested, though you know well that I abandoned these halls and this craft for good reason. Circumstances change, necessities arise." Eloin gestured, and a tapestry floated toward them, unfurling in the air between them. "Look upon our work, Mithrandir, and tell us what you see." The tapestry was a masterwork of celestial weaving, depicting the northern realms in intricate detail, mountain ranges and forests, cities and rivers, all rendered in threads of living light. But marring the beauty of the work were several strands of absolute darkness, threads that seemed to devour the light around them, creating spreading patterns of void that consumed the woven landscape. Gandalf's breath caught in his throat. His hand tightened on his staff until his knuckles whitened. "How long?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "The first black thread appeared 3 lunar cycles ago in young Lysander's work," Eloin replied. "We thought it an anomaly, perhaps a reflection of the young weaver's troubled mind, but then another appeared, and another. Now they infect a dozen tapestries, and with each new manifestation, destruction follows in the realms below." Gandalf reached out, his fingers hovering just above the surface of the tapestry without touching it. Mountain ranges collapsing, islands sinking beneath the waves, ancient beings stirring from slumber in the deep places of the earth. "You recognize this magic," Eloin said. It was not a question. "And I had hoped never to see it again," Gandalf admitted. "This is the work of a being older than the stars themselves. We called it the Unmade, for it exists to unravel creation back to the primal void." The chamber fell silent, the weavers stilling their hands as they listened. "1,000 lifetimes of men ago, I faced this entity with 6 companions, wizards whose names are now forgotten, even in legend. We could not destroy it. Such a thing cannot be truly destroyed. But we bound it, using magic so dangerous that the knowledge of it was subsequently erased from all records." Gandalf's eyes darkened with memory. "Or so I believed." A younger weaver stepped forward, his golden robes marking him as Lysander, the first to discover the black threads. "And then you know how to stop this corruption." "Perhaps," Gandalf began, but before he could elaborate, Lysander's voice rang out, suddenly accusatory. "Or perhaps the corruption follows you, Grey Wanderer. The black threads began appearing just as rumors of your return to the eastern lands reached our ears." Murmurs spread through the chamber. Eloin raised a hand for silence, but the damage was done. Suspicion hung in the air as tangibly as the tapestries themselves. "I would hear more of this entity," Eloin said carefully, "and of how you bound it before." Gandalf opened his mouth to speak, but at that moment, the tapestry between them pulsed with darkness. The black threads writhed like living things, spreading outward in a sudden surge. Several weavers cried out, backing away. Gandalf alone stepped forward, raising his staff. "Stand back," he commanded, his voice no longer that of a weary traveler, but ringing with power that caused the very air to tremble. Light blazed from the crystal atop his staff, meeting the darkness in a clash of primordial forces. For a moment, it seemed the light would prevail. The black threads recoiled, curling back upon themselves. But then something answered from within the tapestry, a presence ancient and cold, that recognized Gandalf and reached for him with hungry malice. Gandalf staggered back, breaking the connection. The tapestry fell to the floor, its edges smoldering with eldritch energy. "It knows me," Gandalf gasped. "As I know it, the Unmade remembers our last encounter." Lysander pointed a trembling finger. "You see, he brings this doom upon us." "The corruption follows him." "No," Elowen began, but others took up the cry. "The ancient texts speak of this," another weaver called out. "The corrupter who returns with shadow in his wake." Chaos erupted in the chamber. Some weavers fled, while others advanced on Gandalf with fear and anger in their eyes. Elowen tried to restore order, but her voice was lost in the panic. Gandalf stood firm, his staff planted before him. "Listen to me! The Unmade seeks to divide us. But his words were cut short as Lysander, fear overcoming reason, unleashed a binding spell. Silver chains of magical energy wrapped around Gandalf, constricting his movements. "Take him to the edge," someone shouted. "Cast him out." "You fools!" Gandalf struggled against the binding, but more weavers joined their power to Lysander's. "You do exactly as it wishes." But fear had taken hold. They dragged him from the chamber, across the luminous bridges of Estrella, to the very edge of the floating city, where the mists of the world below swirled in an endless abyss. With a final incantation, Lysander severed the bonds that would have allowed Gandalf to use his magic to save himself from the fall. "May your fall be as long as your betrayal is deep," Lysander intoned. And they cast him from Estrella, his grey robes billowing around him as he plummeted through cloud and mist, the light of the floating city receding above him until it was no more than a distant star in the darkness. Gandalf awoke to the sensation of cool cloth against his forehead. He opened his eyes to find himself in a simple dwelling, wooden beams crossing a thatched ceiling above him. His body ached in 100 places, but he lived, a miracle in itself after such a fall. "The old man wakes," a voice observed. A woman moved into his field of vision, her face stern beneath a shock of red hair, her leather armor bearing the emblem of a crescent moon, pierced by an arrow. "I wasn't sure you would. Not many survive the fall from the Sky City." Gandalf attempted to sit up, wincing at the pain in his ribs. "And you have my gratitude for your aid, my lady." "Nissa," she replied curtly, "of the Shadow Hunters. And I didn't save you out of kindness, old man. I saved you because you fell from Estrella bearing the marks of destiny magic, and my clan has sworn to guard against such intrusions." Gandalf's eyes narrowed. "The Shadow Hunters still exist. I had thought your order extinct centuries ago." Nissa's hand moved to the hilt of her sword. "And how would you know of my order at all? Who are you?" "I have been called many names over the long years," Gandalf replied carefully. "But you may call me Gandalf, and I know of your order because I was there when it was founded, though your ancestors would have known me by a different name." Disbelief crossed Nissa's features, but before she could respond, the ground beneath them trembled. Outside, a distant roar echoed across the land. "And another one," Nissa muttered. "The third this week. The mountains to the west are collapsing into themselves, as if the very earth is being unmade." "Not as if," Gandalf corrected grimly. "It is precisely that. The Unmade has returned, and its power grows with each passing day." Nissa's face paled. "The Unmade. That is just a legend, a story told to frighten children. All legends have their roots in truth," Gandalf replied, struggling to his feet. His staff was gone, lost in the fall, and without it, his powers were greatly diminished. and this truth now threatens to devour your world." He moved to the window, looking out over a forest of silver-barked trees that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light. Beyond them, in the far distance, a mountain range was silhouetted against the horizon, or rather, half a mountain range, for where the peaks should have continued, there was only an unnatural darkness, as if that portion of the world had simply ceased to exist. "The corruption spreads," Gandalf murmured, "faster than I feared." "What can be done?" Nissa asked, coming to stand beside him. Despite her suspicion, fear had crept into her voice. "I must reach the heart of the corruption," Gandalf said, "and to do that, I need to find the Unmade's vessel, the mortal host it has chosen to anchor itself in this realm." "A host? You mean a person?" Gandalf nodded grimly. "The Unmade cannot manifest fully in this world without a mortal vessel. Last time, it was a king who sought power beyond his rightful measure. This time..." He turned to face her. "Tell me, who leads the Shadow Hunters now?" Nissa's eyes widened. "High Guardian Morveth, but he could not be. He has led our order for 40 years with wisdom and strength." "And has he changed of late? Grown distant, perhaps? Obsessed with ancient lore or forgotten places?" The color drained from Nissa's face. "How could you know?" "He has sequestered himself in the sacred vault for months, speaking of a great unraveling that will cleanse the world of its impurities." Gandalf closed his eyes briefly, a wave of weariness washing over him. "Then we have found our vessel. The Unmade has taken your leader, using his knowledge and position to further its ends. If what you say is true," Nysa said slowly, "then Morveth has access to the most guarded secrets of our order, including the location of the last portal." "The last portal?" "A gateway said to connect all realms, hidden and guarded by our order since time immemorial. Legend says it was sealed with the blood of 7 wizards." Gandalf's heart sank. "Not legend, history. And if the Unmade opens that portal fully, there will be no realm left untouched by its corruption." Determination hardened Nissa's features. "Then we must stop him. But without your staff, without your full power, how can you hope to face such an entity?" A grim smile touched Gandalf's lips. "There are older magics than those practiced in Estrella, deeper secrets than those guarded by your order. The Unmade may remember our last encounter, but it does not know all that I have learned in the millennia since." He held out his hand, palm upward. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, shadows gathered above his palm, coalescing into a sphere of pure darkness that somehow shimmered with its own anti-light. "To fight the darkness," Gandalf said softly, "sometimes one must understand it. Even embrace it." Nissa took an involuntary step back. "What manner of magic is this?" "The forbidden kind," Gandalf replied, closing his fingers around the shadow sphere, which disappeared like smoke between his knuckles. "The kind I swore never to use again, but for the sake of all realms, I will break that oath." He looked up at her, his eyes reflecting both ancient wisdom and terrible resolve. "The question is, Shadowhunter, will you stand with me? For to confront your leader is to confront the darkest force creation has ever known." Nissa's hand moved to the crescent emblem on her armor, her fingers tracing its curve. After a long moment, she met Gandalf's gaze. "The Shadowhunters were founded to guard against the darkness beyond the veil," she said. "But if Morveth has betrayed that sacred trust, then it falls to me to make it right." She extended her arm, warrior to warrior. "I will stand with you, Gandalf the Grey, against whatever comes." Gandalf clasped her forearm, sealing their pact. "Then let us make haste. For even now, the tapestry of reality unravels, and when the last thread is pulled, there will be nothing left but the void from which all things once emerged. Together, they stepped out into the Silver Forest toward a confrontation that would determine the fate of all realms. A wizard wielding forbidden magics and a warrior facing the corruption of all she had ever served, united against the encroaching darkness that threatened to unmake creation itself. Story 4. The Vale of Three Moons lay hidden between the jagged peaks of the Silvercrest Mountains, veiled from mortal eyes by ancient enchantments that bent light and confused the mind. Few knew of its existence, fewer still could find its entrance. A shimmering curtain of perpetual twilight nestled between two sentinel pines that had stood watch since the first age of stars. Within this sanctuary, creatures of magic had dwelled in peace for millennia, protected by the power of its appointed guardian and the mystical barrier that separated the Vale from the increasingly hostile world beyond. Gandalf the Grey felt the disruption in the ancient magic before he crested the final ridge. The air itself seemed to weep, the usual symphony of enchantment now discordant and fraying like worn silk. He quickened his pace along the hidden path, his weathered hand gripping his staff tight enough to whiten his knuckles. The barrier between worlds should have shimmered with blue-silver light. Instead, it flickered weakly. Patches of ordinary forest visible through tears in its once impenetrable surface. "Too late," he muttered, his voice heavy with the weight of centuries. "I've arrived too late." The wizard passed through the failing barrier with none of the usual resistance, the magic recognizing him as friend even in its death throes. Inside, the Vale's eternal spring had already begun to wither. Flowers that had bloomed continuously for 1,000 years now drooped, their vibrant colors fading. Crystal pools that once sang with voices like distant bells now lay still and silent, their surfaces clouded. At the heart of the Vale stood the Guardian's Sanctuary, a living structure grown from intertwined silverwood trees, their branches forming elegant arches and chambers, their roots creating foundation and floor. It was toward this natural cathedral that Gandalf hurried, dread-building with each step. He found Elendor exactly where he expected, seated upon the root throne, his slender form now rigid in death. The elven guardian's silver hair cascaded over shoulders that had borne the responsibility of the Vale's protection for 10 centuries. His face, usually alight with wisdom and gentle humor, was now serene in its stillness. Betrayed only by the unnatural blue tinge to his lips, Gandalf removed his pointed hat in respect, kneeling before his old friend. "Who did this to you, old friend?" he whispered, reaching out to touch Elendor's cold hand. The moment his fingers made contact, a flash of fading magic sparked between them. Elendor's final message, preserved in the last vestiges of his power. Visions flooded Gandalf's mind. A chalice of crystal, its contents shimmering with unnatural light, a man in noble finery with ambition burning in his eyes, and most significantly, a young woman with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that reflected the same ancient power that had once filled Elendor's gaze. "So," Gandalf said as the vision faded, "you knew your end approached. You've chosen your successor." He rose, determination replacing grief. "I shall find her, my friend. The veil will not fall while I draw breath." As if in answer, a mournful cry echoed through the sanctuary. A creature like a fox, with feathered wings and scales that shimmered with opalescent light, bounded into the chamber, its eyes wild with distress. The Luminix, Elendor's faithful companion, circled Gandalf anxiously before settling at the foot of the root throne, keening softly. "Yes, Salantha," Gandalf addressed the magical creature. "I feel it too. The barrier weakens by the hour. We must act quickly." The wizard placed his hand upon the gnarled wood of the throne. By right of ancient friendship and the oath sworn beneath the light of Valinor, I, Gandalf the Grey, assume temporary guardianship of this sacred vale until the true heir can be found and prepared. Power surged from his palm into the living wood, momentarily strengthening the failing barrier around the veil. It would hold, but not for long. Perhaps a fortnight, no more. Gandalf turned to the Luminix. Will you guide me to her, faithful one? To the heir Elendor chose. Solantha's feathers ruffled with determination. She rose, shaking herself, and padded toward the sanctuary's entrance. Then, let us make haste, Gandalf said, retrieving his hat and following the magical creature. Time grows short, and I sense dark forces already moving against us. The village of Willowdale nestled at the foot of the mountains, far enough from the vale to be unremarkable, yet close enough that sometimes, on nights when the three moons aligned, strange lights could be seen dancing above the distant peaks. The villagers regarded such occurrences with the cautious respect of those who live at the edge of wonder and danger, spinning tales to explain what they did not understand. Eris Windhaven had heard these tales all her life, but unlike the other villagers, she dreamed of the lights, of voices calling to her in languages she almost understood. 20 summers old, with hair that caught fire in the sunlight and a restlessness that set her apart, she had never quite belonged in Willowdale. Her parents had found her as an infant, they said, abandoned at the forest's edge during a rare celestial alignment. They had raised her as their own, despite the whispers that followed a child found under such strange circumstances. She was tending the herb garden behind her modest home when the stranger arrived, tall and grey-clad, with a staff of twisted wood and eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. He appeared at her gate as if materialized from the morning mist. Beside him padded a creature Eris had seen only in her dreams, a fox with feathered wings and scales that caught the sunlight in rainbow shards. Eris rose slowly, leaves of thyme and sage still clutched in her dirt-smudged fingers. "You're him, aren't you?" she asked, surprising herself with the certainty in her voice. "The one I've been waiting for." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose in mild surprise. "You've been expecting me." "Not you specifically," Eris admitted, "but someone. All my life, I've felt like I was waiting for something. A call. A purpose." She gestured to the Luminix. "And I've dreamed of her." Solantha chirped, a sound like crystal bells, and bounded forward to circle Eris's legs in clear recognition. "Interesting," Gandalf murmured. "It seems Elendor's connection to you was stronger than I realized." He straightened, suddenly aware of curious eyes watching from neighboring homes. "We have much to discuss, Eris Windhaven, but not here. The matters we must speak of require privacy and haste." "How do you know my name?" Eris asked, though without fear. "I know many things," Gandalf replied with the hint of a smile, "including the fact that you are more important than you realize. Will you walk with me? There is a glade not far from here where we might speak freely." Eris hesitated only briefly, glancing back at her modest home. Something told her that if she left now, her life would never be the same. Yet the alternative, remaining in Willowdale, forever haunted by dreams of something more, seemed suddenly unbearable. "Let me tell my parents I'm going," she said. "Decision made, and then I'll come with you." In a sunlit glade carpeted with bluebells, Gandalf revealed to Eris the truth of her heritage. She was not abandoned, but placed, left at the forest's edge by Elendor himself, who had foreseen the need for his successor to grow among humans, understanding their ways and hearts, before taking up the mantle of guardian. "In your veins flows the ancient bloodline of the Guardians," Gandalf explained. "Elendor was your many times grandfather, though time moves differently for those of your lineage. He intended to bring you to the Vale when you came of age, to begin your training gradually. The wizard's face darkened, but treachery has accelerated our plans. Elendor lies dead, poisoned by an ambitious nobleman who seeks the Vale's magic for himself. Duke Malvarus, Eris whispered, the name rising unbidden to her lips. Gandalf nodded grimly. Your blood recognizes its enemy. For decades, Malvarus has hunted magical creatures in secret, using a forbidden artifact called the Heart of Crystal to absorb their essence. With each capture, his power grows. Now he seeks the ultimate prize, the concentrated magic of the Vale itself. But why? Eris asked. What could drive a man to such cruelty? Love, Gandalf answered softly. Or rather, love twisted by desperation. His wife, the Duchess Ilara, suffers from a wasting curse, one that slowly turns her to stone. Malvarus believes the combined magical essence he has gathered will allow him to reverse the process. A shadow passed over Eris's face. She raised her hand, examining the faint grey lines that had recently appeared on her wrists, lines she had dismissed as strange birthmarks. You begin to understand, Gandalf noted. The curse that afflicts the Duchess runs in your blood as well. It is the price of your heritage, the stone sleep that eventually claims all guardians. Elendor managed it for centuries through communion with the Vale, but without training. I'll turn to stone, Eris finished, an odd calm settling over her. That's why my dreams have grown more vivid lately. Why I feel called to the mountains. The Vale summons its guardian home, Gandalf confirmed, and we must answer that call before Malvarus breaches its weakened defenses. I can maintain the barrier for a time, but only the rightful guardian can restore it to full strength. Solantha chirped urgently, her feathers bristling as she gazed back toward the village. Moments later, they heard it too, the clatter of armor, the thunder of hooves. Soldiers approaching the village. Malvarus works faster than I anticipated, Gandalf muttered. He must have sensed the disruption in the Vale's magic just as I did. Eris's eyes widened. My parents, the village, will face no harm if Malvarus believes you've fled elsewhere, Gandalf assured her. It is you he seeks, though he may not yet realize why. He will have felt the resonance of your awakening power. Then I must go with you, Eris said, squaring her shoulders, to the Vale, to claim my birthright. Gandalf smiled, seeing in that moment not just the untrained village girl, but the guardian she would become. The path will not be easy. You must learn in days what should have taken years to master. I don't have years, Eris replied simply. And neither does the Vale. They traveled swiftly, taking hidden paths known only to Gandalf and guided by Solantha's instinctive knowledge of the safest routes. As they journeyed, Gandalf began Eris's education, teaching her to feel the currents of magic that flowed through all living things, to recognize the unique signature of the Vale's power within her own blood. By the third day, she could call small lights to dance above her palm. By the fifth, she could sense the presence of magical creatures long before they came into view. The inherent power of her lineage, dormant for 2 decades, awakened with astonishing speed under Gandalf's tutelage. Yet with each new ability came increased pain from the spreading grey lines on her skin, the curse accelerating alongside her power. By the time they reached the Vale's hidden entrance, the stony tendrils had crept past her elbows, occasionally rendering her fingers stiff and numb. We have arrived just in time, Gandalf said grimly as they stood before the fading barrier, now little more than a thin veil of light. The protection weakens by the hour. Eris stared in wonder at the shimmering curtain between 2 ancient pines. It's beautiful, she whispered. It's even dying. It's beautiful, What you see is but a shadow of its true glory, Gandalf replied. Step through Eris Windhaven and behold your inheritance. Together, they passed through the barrier, Salantha darting ahead with joyful bounds. Eris gasped as the veil revealed itself. Despite its withering state, it remained a place of breathtaking wonder. Flowers in colors she had never imagined carpeted rolling hills. Crystal pools reflected skies where 3 spectral moons were always visible, no matter the time of day. Creatures of legend grazed in meadows or soared above forests of silver-barked trees. This, Gandalf said softly, is what you were born to protect. Tears filled Eris's eyes. It's dying. Yes, came a new voice from behind them, rich and cultured. It did as all things must. They turned to find a man in elegant robes of midnight blue, his dark hair shot through with distinguished silver at the temples. His handsome face might have been kind in another life, but now ambition had carved harsh lines around his mouth and eyes. At his throat hung a crystal pendant that pulsed with stolen magic. Duke Malvarus, Gandalf acknowledged, stepping partially in front of Eris. De Gandalf the Grey, Malvarus returned with a slight bow, always meddling in affairs beyond your concern. I wondered who had temporarily shored up the barrier, a commendable effort, though ultimately futile. How did you enter the Vale? Gandalf demanded. Malvarus smiled, lifting the crystal pendant. The heart gathers more than just magical essence. It absorbs knowledge as well. After so many contributions from magical beings, finding this place was simply a matter of piecing together fragments of memory. His gaze shifted to Eris, and something flickered across his features, a momentary softening, quickly suppressed. So this is Elendor's heir. I suspected he must have hidden one somewhere. He studied her with calculating eyes. The resemblance is striking. You have your mother's eyes. Eris stiffened. My mother was a village weaver. Your human foster mother, perhaps, Malvarus conceded, but your true mother was Lysandra of the Crystal Falls, last of the Elder Guardians before Elendor. She was... He paused, something like genuine grief crossing his face. Quite extraordinary. You knew her? Eris asked, confusion evident in her voice. Knew her? Malvarus laughed, though the sound held no joy. My dear, I loved her. As she loved me, once, before duty called her back to this prison of a veil. Gandalf's eyes narrowed. You speak half-truths, Malvarus. Tell her all of it. Tell her what became of Lysandra. The Duke's face hardened. She abandoned me for this place. Chose duty over love, and when the curse began to claim her, Elendor refused to let me save her with the methods I had discovered. Dark methods, Gandalf corrected. Magic that required the sacrifice of other magical beings. A small price, Malvarus snapped, but Elendor interfered. He sent Lysandra into the deep sleep before I could administer my cure, then hid our child, you. He nodded to Eris. Among humans. Eris swayed, the revelation striking her like a physical blow. You're claiming to be my father. I do not merely claim it, I am, Malvarus replied. And I have spent 20 years developing the means to awaken your mother from her stone sleep, to break the curse that now begins to claim you as well. He extended his hand. Join me, daughter. Together, we can save Lysandra and ourselves. At the cost of every magical creature in the Vale, Gandalf interjected, at the cost of the Vale itself. A necessary sacrifice, Malvarus insisted. What is this place but a relic of a dying age? Magic fades from the world beyond, year by year. Why should we fade with it when we have the power to save ourselves? Eris looked between them, the grey lines on her arms seeming to pulse with her racing heartbeat. My mother, she's here, In the Vale, in the Chamber of Slumber, Gandalf confirmed gently. With other guardians who chose the deep sleep over death when their time came. It is a sacred place, Eris, not meant to be disturbed. She does not belong in stone. Malveris shouted, his composure cracking. None of them do, and neither do you, my daughter. Neither does my wife, who suffers even now, while you stand here debating ethics with an old man who would sacrifice you to his outdated principles. Your wife? Eris asked. After your mother was taken from me, I eventually remarried, Malveris said, his voice softening. Ilara is kind and good, and now the same curse that took your mother consumes her, a curse that follows your bloodline, passed to those who love you too deeply. Gandalf stepped forward. More half-truths, Malveris. The curse is not passed through love, but through attempting to use veil magic outside its boundaries. Your wife suffers because you have used stolen magic to extend your own life, to enhance your power. The price of such transgression always falls on those closest to the transgressor. Doubt flickered across Eris's face. She looked down at the grey lines on her arms, then up at the withering beauty of the veil around her. Finally, her gaze settled on Salantha, who had pressed against her leg, trembling with distress. If what you say is true, she said to Malveris, if you are my father and wish to save me, then throw away that crystal. Find another way, one that doesn't require sacrifice. Malveris's expression hardened. There is no other way. I have searched for 20 years. Or perhaps, Eris suggested quietly, you stopped searching once you found a method that worked, regardless of its cost. She straightened, and in that moment, she seemed to grow taller, more regal, the guardian awakening within the village girl. I choose the veil, father. I choose duty, as my mother did. Then you choose death, Malveris snarled, raising the heart of crystal. It pulsed with stolen power, casting sickly light across his features. And I shall take the veil's magic with or without your cooperation. You shall not, Gandalf declared, stepping forward, staff raised. Power crackled around the wizard, his usual genial demeanor replaced by terrible majesty. This veil has stood since the First Age, Malveris. It will not fall to your greed. What followed was a clash of powers that shook the very foundations of the veil. Malveris wielded the stolen magic of countless magical creatures, channeled through the heart of crystal. Gandalf countered with ancient wizardry and righteous fury. Caught between them, Eris felt the veil's magic surge within her, responding to the threat, awakening fully to her blood right. As the two men battled, she slipped away, drawn by an instinct deeper than conscious thought. Salantha guided her through withering groves and past startled magical creatures to the heart of the Vale, the Guardian's sanctuary where Elendor's body still sat upon the root throne. Eris approached slowly, reverence and determination mingling in her heart. The grey lines on her skin had spread further, creeping up her neck, bringing numbness in their wake. She knew with sudden clarity that she had little time left before the curse claimed her completely. I understand now, she whispered to Elendor's still form. The curse isn't a punishment. It's the price willingly paid, our final gift to the Vale. She placed her hands upon the gnarled arms of the root throne. The living wood responded immediately, tendrils curling around her fingers in welcome. Elendor's body dissolved into motes of light that swirled around her before sinking into the throne itself, joining the essence of Guardians past. As Eris took her rightful place upon the throne, knowledge flooded her mind, the collected wisdom of every Guardian who had served before her. She saw her mother's face, serene in her stone sleep. She felt her father's grief and rage, understood how love had twisted into obsession. Most importantly, she understood her purpose. Power surged through her, the full magic of the veil responding to its rightful guardian. The withering flowers renewed. Crystal pools sang once more, and the barrier around the veil strengthened, shimmering with blue-silver light. Gandalf and Malvarus, their battle reaching a desperate crescendo, felt the surge of power. They turned as one to see Eris upon the root throne, her form already beginning to crystallize from the feet up, the curse accelerated by her full acceptance of the Guardian's role. "No!" Malvarus cried, lunging forward only to be restrained by roots that erupted from the ground at Eris's silent command. "Father," she said, her voice resonating with newfound power, "your path leads only to destruction. The heart of crystal corrupts all it touches. Let it go before it claims everything you have left." "Listen to her, Malvarus," Gandalf urged, lowering his staff. "There is another way, one that does not require sacrifice, but healing." "What way?" Malvarus demanded, struggling against his bonds. "I have searched for decades." "You searched with the eyes of one seeking power," Eris replied gently. "But not with the heart of one seeking harmony." With a gesture, she summoned a small crystalline flower that floated from the root throne to hover before her father. "This is the bloom of renewal. One grows only when a new guardian takes the throne. Its nectar can heal the stone sleep in one who suffers unjustly from the curse. Your wife can be saved," Gandalf explained, "but you must surrender the heart of crystal in exchange." "You cannot hold both death and life in your hands, Malvarus." The Duke stared at the delicate flower, then at his daughter, whose lower body had already transformed to living crystal upon the throne. Conflict raged across his features, ambition warring with love, power with redemption. "And you?" he asked Eris. "What of you?" "I have chosen my path," she answered serenely. "Indeed I am, the guardian of the Vale, as was my mother before me, and Elendor before her. This is not an ending, father, it is a transformation." With trembling hands, Malvarus removed the heart of crystal from around his neck. The moment it left his possession, he seemed to age decades, the stolen youth it had granted him falling away to reveal a man well into his 60s. "For Elara," he whispered, placing the cursed artifact on the ground. "Man, for you, my daughter, whom I never truly knew." Gandalf stepped forward to take the heart, sealing it within a sphere of protective magic. "A wise choice, at last," the wizard said, not unkindly. "Take the bloom to your wife. When she is healed, perhaps you both might visit the Vale's edge from time to time. A guardian can always sense the presence of family, even in deep communion with the Vale." Malvarus looked up at Eris, now crystallized to her shoulders, her face still animate and filled with compassion. "I would like that," he said softly. "Then go with my blessing," Eris replied, "and know that in saving the Vale, you have also saved yourself." As Malvarus departed with the precious bloom, Gandalf approached the root throne. "You have done well, Eris Windhaven," he said. "Few could have shown such wisdom in their first hours as Guardian." "I am not just myself anymore," she answered, her voice already taking on the harmonics of the Vale itself. "I am all who came before. I am the Vale, and it is me." The crystallization had reached her neck now, soon to claim her entirely. "Will you visit sometimes, Gandalf?" "I think I would like that, to hear news of the world beyond." The wizard smiled, genuine affection in his ancient eyes. "As long as there are paths to walk and wonders to witness, I shall return to share them with you, last guardian of the Vale." Salantha curled at the foot of the throne, her feathered tail wrapping protectively around its base. Around them, the Vale bloomed in renewed splendor, magical creatures emerging from hiding to celebrate the ascension of their new guardian. As the crystallization claimed the last of her human form, Eris smiled, not an ending, but a beginning. Her consciousness expanded outward, merging with the veil itself, with the wisdom of guardians past, with the magic that flowed through every leaf and stream. The last guardian of the veil had come home, and all was as it should be. Story 5. The spires of Ithoria pierced the dawn sky like silver needles, their alabaster surfaces catching the first light and transforming it into cascades of liquid gold that spilled down the ancient stonework. 7 towers for the 7 noble houses, surrounding the grand cathedral where kings and queens had been crowned since time beyond memory. Within those hallowed walls, beneath a dome of enchanted glass that reflected the constellations regardless of time or season, final preparations were underway for the coronation of Prince Alaric, last of the Sunfire bloodline. Gandalf the Grey stood before the altar of ascension, his weathered hands carefully arranging the sacred artifacts for the ceremony. The crown of Ithoria rested on a cushion of midnight velvet, its 7 enchanted gems pulsing with inner light: emerald for prosperity, sapphire for wisdom, ruby for courage, diamond for truth, amethyst for peace, topaz for justice, and at its center, the legendary Heartstone, a crystal of such rare power that it was said to contain the very essence of Ithoria itself. "The crown seems troubled," came a voice from behind him. Lady Elysia, High Priestess of the Cathedral, moved to stand beside the wizard, her silver robes whispering against the marble floor. Gandalf's bushy eyebrows furrowed as he studied the ancient diadem. "Yes," he agreed, his voice low and gravelled with age. "The gems sing discordantly tonight. I have not heard such disharmony since—" He stopped abruptly, ancient memories stirring behind his eyes. "Since when, old friend?" Elysia pressed. "Since the night of falling stars, 1,000 years ago," Gandalf replied after a moment's hesitation. "When the first shadow wars began." The priestess paled. "Surely you don't think—" "I think nothing yet," Gandalf interrupted gently. "But I would ask that you double the wards around the cathedral. As a precaution." As Elysia hurried away, Gandalf placed gnarled fingertips against the crown, closing his eyes to better sense the enchantments woven into the ancient metal. Yes, there it was, a dissonance, a wrongness that hadn't been present when he had examined the crown a fortnight ago. Something had changed, something had awakened. "Ancient powers stir," he murmured to the empty chamber. "Do. And I fear we are not prepared for what comes." The grand cathedral blazed with the light of 1,000 enchanted candles as nobility from across the 7 houses filled the pews, their finery a kaleidoscope of color against the white marble. Prince Alaric knelt before the altar, his golden hair falling across shoulders draped in the royal mantle of crimson and silver. At 24, he was young to take the throne, but his father's unexpected passing had left no choice in the matter of succession. Gandalf stood before him, staff in one hand, the sacred tome of coronation in the other. The words of the ancient ritual fell from his lips with practiced ease, echoing to the heights of the cathedral dome, where the enchanted glass now showed a sky filled with stars despite the morning hour. And so we come to the moment of ascension," Gandalf intoned, closing the tome and setting it aside, "when the crown of Ithoria shall pass to its rightful heir, binding monarch to realm in sacred covenant." He lifted the crown from its cushion, raising it high so that the 7 gems caught the light, sending prismatic reflections dancing across the cathedral walls. The assembled nobility gasped in appreciation, but Gandalf's attention was on the gems themselves, which now pulsed with an erratic rhythm, like a heart struggling against constraint. Something is wrong, he thought. But the ceremony had reached its crescendo. To halt now would be to invite chaos. Perhaps the disharmony would settle once the crown found its rightful place. Alaric Sunfire, Gandalf spoke, his voice carrying to every corner of the vast chamber. Do you swear to uphold the sacred laws of Etheria, to protect its people, and to guard against the shadows that would seek to claim it? I so swear, the prince replied, his voice steady despite the solemnity of the moment. Then by the power vested in me as witness and guardian of the ancient compact, I crown thee. The world exploded into chaos. As the crown touched Alaric's brow, a sound like the shattering of 1,000 crystal goblets filled the cathedral. The crown fractured, 7 perfect breaks splitting it precisely at the settings of each gem. The heartstone at its center erupted in a column of blinding light that shot upward, shattering the enchanted glass of the dome. Gandalf was thrown backward by the force of the magical backlash, his staff clattering across the marble floor. Through dazed eyes, he watched in horror as darkness poured through the broken dome. Not the darkness of night, but something more primordial. A living shadow that moved with terrible purpose. Screams filled the cathedral as the shadow descended, coalescing into a vaguely humanoid shape of absolute blackness. Where it touched, light dimmed and colors faded, as if reality itself was being leached away. The Lord of Empty Shadows, Gandalf breathed, recognition and dread filling him in equal measure. It cannot be. The 7 fragments of the crown, each still housing its enchanted gem, scattered across the altar and floor. Prince Alaric lay unconscious, a burn mark in the perfect shape of the crown upon his forehead, and above it all, the shadow entity grew, feeding on the terror of the assembled nobility. Acting on instinct honed through centuries of confronting dark powers, Gandalf lunged forward, seizing his fallen staff and the nearest crown fragment, the one containing the Ruby of Courage. Power surged through his aged frame as his fingers closed around it, the gem recognizing him as one of the original architects of its enchantment, though that knowledge had been lost to all but him. "Owed by the flame of the ancient compact," he cried, raising his staff, "I command thee, shadow, retreat." Light blazed from the tip of his staff, momentarily driving the darkness upward. In that brief respite, chaos erupted throughout the cathedral. The lords of the council, 7 nobles representing each house, surrounded the fallen prince. "Treachery!" cried Lord Devereux of House Nightshade. "The wizard has shattered the crown. He has attacked the prince." "No!" Gandalf protested, but already the royal guards were advancing, swords drawn. The shadow above was regrouping, growing denser, more substantial. There was no time to explain, no time to defend himself against these false accusations. With a word of power that cracked the marble beneath his feet, Gandalf summoned a blinding flash that momentarily stunned all within the cathedral. When vision returned, the wizard was gone, and with him, the ruby fragment of the broken crown. 3 days later, in the foothills of the Mist Mountains that bordered Ethoria's western edge, Gandalf huddled beside a small fire in a hidden cave. The ruby fragment lay before him on a flat stone, its glow diminished but still present, pulsing like a dying heartbeat. "You're a difficult man to track, wizard," came a voice from the cave entrance. Gandalf didn't look up. "Yet you've managed it in half the time I expected. Lyria Nightshade, your reputation as a hunter is well earned." A woman stepped into the firelight, bow in hand, quiver at her hip. Her face was all angles and determination, framed by hair as black as a raven's wing. Only her eyes softened the severity of her appearance, eyes the exact color of the ruby that pulsed on the stone. "I'm not here for your head," she said, though her bow remained ready. "Not yet. First, I want answers." "A reasonable request," Gandalf replied, gesturing to the space across the fire, "though I suspect you won't believe them." Lyria sat with the fluid grace of a predator, never taking her eyes from the wizard. "Try me. I've seen enough strangeness these past days to reconsider what's possible." "Oh," Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose with interest. "The sky above Etheria grows darker each day, though no clouds mar it. Colors seem muted, and there are reports of people simply fading away, becoming translucent, then vanishing entirely." Gandalf's expression grew grave. "It has begun, then, the devouring." "What has begun, wizard?" "What happened in that cathedral? An ancient evil was released," Gandalf said, leaning forward. "One that has been bound since the founding of Etheria itself. The Lord of Empty Shadows, a being from the spaces between worlds, where light and substance have no meaning. It feeds on reality itself, consuming it bit by bit until nothing remains but void." Lyria's skepticism was evident, but she made no move to leave. "And the crown? Why did it shatter?" "Because it was never truly a crown," Gandalf replied. "It was a prison, disguised as a symbol of authority. The 7 gems were seals, binding the Shadow Lord within the Heartstone at the center. Once every 1,000 years, during the coronation of a new monarch, the binding needed to be renewed through sacred ritual." "And you failed in that ritual," Lyria accused. "No," Gandalf shook his head. "The ritual was sabotaged from within. Someone tampered with the crown before the ceremony, weakening the enchantments just enough that they collapsed at the critical moment." "Why would anyone do such a thing?" "Power," Gandalf said simply. "The Shadow Lord offers terrible power to those willing to serve it. The ability to reshape reality itself." Lyria's hand unconsciously moved to a pendant half hidden beneath her hunting leathers, a silver amulet set with a tiny shard of crystal that caught the firelight. Gandalf's keen eyes missed nothing. "That pendant," he said quietly. "May I see it?" Reluctantly, Lyria withdrew the necklace, holding it out so that the firelight played across its surface. The crystal at its center seemed to respond to the ruby fragment, glowing with the same internal rhythm. "Where did you get this?" Gandalf asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "Family heirloom," Lyria replied. "Passed down through generations of House Nightshade women. Legend says it was a gift from the first Queen of Etheria to my ancestor, who served as her royal guardian." "Not legend," Gandalf corrected gently. "History, and not a gift, but a sacred trust. Your ancestor was Lyra of the Forgefire, last of the 7 mages who created the crown and bound the Shadow Lord within it." Lyria stared at him, disbelief warring with a deeper recognition that she couldn't explain. "That's impossible. My family has no magic. We're warriors, hunters." "Your family has the strongest magic of all," Gandalf countered. "The magic of making. Of creating objects of power from raw elements. It sleeps in your blood, awakening only in times of greatest need." He gestured to the ruby fragment. "Even now, the stone recognizes you. It pulses in time with your heartbeat." As if to confirm his words, the ruby's glow intensified, perfectly matching the rhythm of Lyria's quickening pulse. "If what you say is true," she said slowly, "then why have you run? Why not explain this to the Council?" "Because at least one member of the Council is already corrupted by the Shadow Lord," Gandalf replied grimly. "Perhaps more. I needed to secure at least one fragment of the crown before they could all be claimed." He tapped the ruby with a gnarled finger. "This is the Gem of Courage. With it, we may be able to locate the other 6 fragments before the Shadow Lord's servants do." "We?" Lyria arched an eyebrow. "In the crown was forged by 7 mages working in concert. Gandalf explained. "No single person, not even a wizard of my considerable experience, can repair it alone. I need someone of the Forgefire bloodline. I need you, Lyria Nightshade. And if I refuse, if I take you back to the council as ordered, then the devouring will continue," Gandalf said simply. "The Shadow Lord will consume Etheria piece by piece, then move on to other realms. Eventually, all that exists will be reduced to empty void." Lyria's hand closed around her pendant, its warmth surprising against her palm. Something stirred within her, a recognition beyond conscious thought, a certainty that transcended rational doubt. "There's a bounty of 10,000 gold sovereigns on your head," she said after a long moment. "A pittance compared to the worth of all existence," Gandalf replied with the hint of a smile. "I'll need to know everything," Lyria decided. "The full truth, not just fragments like these gems, of course. And if I discover you've lied to me, wizard, not even your magic will save you from my arrows." Gandalf's eyes twinkled in the firelight. "And I would expect nothing less from a daughter of the Forgefire line." Outside their cave, the night sky above the mist mountains shimmered with stars, stars that seemed just slightly dimmer than they had been the night before. In Etheria, shadows lengthened despite the hour, and at the edges of perception, reality itself began to fray like a tapestry pulled by unseen hands. The race to recover the 7 fragments of the crown had begun. And with it, Gandalf knew, the true test of both his wisdom and Lyria's hidden power, for the prophecy he had kept secret for a millennium was unfolding at last. When the crown of binding breaks and shadows walk the day, only the flame of forgotten blood may hold the void at bay. The flame of the Forgefire blood, the flame that now stirred, unknown and untested, within Lyria Nightshade's veins. Story 6. The impossible happened on the day the sky tore itself apart. In the realm of Dualthera, where light and shadow had maintained their ancient separation for millennia, the first tendrils of twilight crept across the immutable boundary like ink bleeding through parchment. The Everlight Spire, tallest structure in the sun kingdom of Solaris, trembled as its perpetual golden glow flickered and dimmed. Atop the alabaster tower, Orion Daykeeper clutched his chest, feeling the crescent birthmark beneath his robes burn, as if branded anew upon his flesh. "The balance breaks," he whispered, blue eyes widening as he watched the impossible unfold across the heavens. The eternal sun, which had illuminated Solaris since before the first histories were written, was being devoured by darkness. An eclipse. A phenomenon described only in forbidden texts, deemed heretical by the solar conclave, yet there it was, a perfect circle of midnight, consuming the light, casting the golden fields and crystal cities of Solaris into an unnatural twilight. Across the boundary, in the perpetual starlit realm of Umbra, assassin Selene Nightblade scaled the obsidian walls of the Shadowfane Palace with practiced ease. Her mission was simple: retrieve the stolen moonstone from the High Chancellor's chambers and disappear before the palace guards completed their rounds. The moonstones were sacred, their pale blue luminescence the only source of light permitted in Umbra, besides the stars and the silver moon that hung eternal in the night sky. When the first rays of foreign sunlight pierced the darkness, Selene nearly lost her grip on the polished stone. Below her, courtiers screamed and pointed at the sky. The moon, permanent, unchanging, sovereign, was being consumed by golden fire at its edge, and beneath her leather tunic, the star-shaped birthmark upon her heart flared with silver light and searing pain. "This cannot be," she hissed, pressing her back against the wall as palace guards rushed frantically below. The boundaries between day and night, maintained for thousands of years by ancient magic, were dissolving. The riots began within hours. In Solaris, citizens panicked as shadows lengthened across their streets for the first time in living memory. In Umbra, the unfamiliar burn of sunlight drove people into their homes, barricading doors against the painful illumination that stung eyes accustomed only to gentle moonlight. Orion fled the spire with nothing but his satchel of forbidden books and the silver dagger passed down through generations of his family, a relic he'd never understood but treasured nonetheless. The Solar Conclave had immediately declared martial law, arresting any scholars associated with astronomical studies. They sought scapegoats for the catastrophe, and Orion, with his unorthodox theories about the divided realms, was a prime target. They'll have us believe this is natural," growled Archmagister Helios as soldiers dragged him past Orion's hiding place behind the library stacks. "But we both know better, boy. Find the crossroads. Find what was lost." Orion waited until midnight, a concept that had never before existed in Solaris, before making his way to the ancient cartography archives. There, in the oldest maps, lay the truth the Conclave had suppressed for generations. Dulthera had not always been divided. The boundary between realms was artificial, maintained by forgotten magic and something else. Across the dissolving boundary, Selene abandoned her mission as chaos erupted throughout Umbra. The Moonlight Court had dispatched the Shadow Guard to round up any with knowledge of the old ways, claiming traitors had sabotaged the eternal night. When they came for Mistress Nyx, Selene's mentor in both assassination and ancient lore, Selene knew she could not return to the guild. "The birthmark will guide you," Nyx whispered as they bound her hands, "to the threshold where neither moon nor sun holds dominion. Find the other weaver." Selene had never questioned the silver star upon her heart, assuming it merely a quirk of fate. Now, as it pulsed with increasing urgency beneath her tunic, she realized it was something far more significant, something that terrified the Moonlight Court enough to arrest anyone bearing such a mark. By the third day after the eclipse, the boundary between realms had deteriorated further. Villages along the border reported strange phenomena: plants that glowed with internal light, animals born with features of creatures from the opposing realm, children speaking in languages never heard before. The skies above both kingdoms roiled with conflicting magics, streaks of gold slashing through permanent night, while tendrils of darkness coiled through the ever-bright heavens. Orion followed the burning sensation of his birthmark, which pulled him inexorably toward the borderlands, a region most Solarians avoided as cursed and tainted by proximity to darkness. The once clear boundary, visible as a shimmering curtain of magic, now appeared as a storm of gold and silver energies tearing at one another. It was there, at the foot of an ancient stone archway, half buried in the troubled earth of the borderlands, that Orion and Selene first encountered one another. "Stay back!" Selene warned, drawing twin silver daggers as the golden-haired stranger approached from the brightness beyond the disintegrating boundary. The Solarian, Orion raised his hands in peace, though his eyes widened at the sight of the pale woman with hair like midnight and eyes like twilight. "Your heart," he said simply. "Does it burn as mine does?" Selene's stance faltered as she noticed the golden glow emanating from beneath the stranger's robes, a perfect mirror to the silver light now visibly shining through her own clothing. "Who are you?" she demanded, though the daggers lowered slightly. "I am Orion Daykeeper, archivist of the Everlight Spire." He took a careful step forward, "and I believe we are both being called to the same place." The archway between them, weathered by millennia and inscribed with symbols neither recognized, began to hum with resonant energy as they drew closer to one another. The ground trembled, and the storm of conflicting energies along the boundary intensified. The threshold," Selene whispered, remembering Nyx's words. As if in response, their birthmarks flared simultaneously, silver and gold light intertwining in the space between them, forming a translucent thread that connected their hearts. The pain was excruciating yet strangely familiar, as though awakening an ancient memory encoded in their very flesh. "We must go through together," Orion said, extending his hand across the boundary, wincing as the conflicting magics tore at his skin. "Whatever lies beyond, I believe it holds the answers." Selene hesitated only briefly before grasping his hand. The moment their fingers touched, the world around them shattered. They awoke in a chamber that defied reality. Above them stretched a domed ceiling painted with the cosmos, but unlike any sky either had ever known. Here, sun and moon occupied the heavens simultaneously, orbiting one another in perfect harmony against a canvas of deepest twilight. The walls of the circular chamber were lined with looms of impossible complexity, where threads of light and darkness intertwined to form tapestries depicting scenes from both realms. In the loom chamber came a voice like the whisper of stars, hidden for 1,000 years, yet never truly lost. Before them stood a figure neither fully solid nor completely ethereal, an elderly woman whose form shifted between brightness and shadow with each breath. Her eyes held the wisdom of centuries, and around her neck hung a pendant bearing the same intertwined symbols of sun and moon that marked Orion and Selene's flesh. "Who are you?" they asked in unison. "I am Astria, last guardian of the threshold." The spectral woman gestured to the largest loom, where a tapestry lay half unraveled, its threads scattered in disarray. "And you are the last of the weavers, born to restore what was sundered." As she spoke, images formed in the air around them, visions of a time before the division, when LOTR was one realm where day and night cycled naturally. They saw the Order of the Weavers, masters of temporal magic, who maintained the balance between light and shadow, watching over the loom where reality itself was woven. "The Eternal Queen," Astria continued, her voice hardening. "Once our greatest weaver, she sought to remake the world in her image, a realm of perpetual twilight where she alone would determine the fate of all. When we opposed her, she tore the world asunder, dividing day from night and breaking the cycle that sustained all life. We imprisoned her beyond time itself, but the division was done. To maintain what remained of the balance, our order sacrificed themselves, becoming the boundary between realms. I alone remained as guardian, waiting for the prophesied rebirth of the weavers, who would restore unity." "Us," Selene said, the silver light of her birthmark now spreading in intricate patterns across her skin. "But why now? Why has the boundary fallen?" Astria's form flickered ominously. "Because she has returned. The eclipse was her first assault upon the weakened boundary. Even now, she gathers her power in the between, preparing to unmake what remains and fashion a new reality from the chaos." As if summoned by the words, the chamber trembled. Through the one window overlooking both divided realms, they could see catastrophe unfolding. Where the boundary continued to dissolve, reality itself warped and twisted. Mountains melted like wax, forests transformed into crystal, and the sky tore open to reveal a swirling maelstrom of raw creation energy. At its center, barely visible through the chaos, hovered a figure of terrible beauty, a woman wearing a crown of intertwined sun and moon, her hands weaving patterns that distorted everything they touched. "The Eternal Queen returns to finish what she began," Astria whispered. "Only the combined power of weavers from both realms can hope to oppose her." Orion and Selene exchanged glances. Strangers united by a destiny neither had chosen, yet both now embraced. "Teach us," Orion said. The scholar's thirst for knowledge overcoming his fear. Show us how to weave, Celine added, the assassin's hands steady despite the weight of worlds now resting upon them. Astria nodded solemnly. We have precious little time. The Queen has had millennia to plan her return. You must learn in moments what others mastered over lifetimes. As the boundaries between worlds continued to dissolve outside within the threshold chamber, Orion and Celine began their desperate education in the art of reality's weaving. Two souls from divided worlds, learning to intertwine their powers just as the fate of all dual Thera now intertwined with their own. The impossible had happened when the sky tore apart. Now, only the impossible could mend it.